So, today we are going to be working on um, building Next Voters Local. And this is one of the first times I'm going to actually be talking. I don't really talk in my live streams. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to fix the configurations for the stream. And I'm going to just post it on X. That way other people can also see it. Alright, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and get started then. So I'm going to be using Codex to build out these solutions in OpenCode. And I found this really awesome tool called CMux. It's basically Tmux, which allows you to have split terminal views, but it just makes it so much more easier for that to happen, right? So yeah, I'm going to be using it's awesome. Codex to build out these solutions in OpenCode. And I found this really awesome tool called CMux. It's basically Tmux, which allows you to have split. Yeah, sorry, I just had to get my headphones really quickly. Actually, before that, let me just close my door. Okay, we can start now. Alright, awesome. So, yeah, so as I was saying, I found CMux, which allows you to just have split views within terminals really easily. So I can have multiple agents running stuff, which I do over here. I can't show you this because it's for my internship work. But yeah, I mean, it works out really awesome. I like using OpenCode, though I actually have started using Claude Code, especially for my mini swap work. Because they gave me Anthropic API key that I can use to build stuff, so it's been awesome. But Codex works really well too, and I prefer OpenCode for that. I also have it set up nicely, so I have some MCPs that I can use over here, right? I also have agents which I have designed as well. So the setup is very nicely done for me, and we can now start building. Okay, so to start off, what I will do is, first of all, I'm just gonna go to OBS Studio on my other screen. Great. Okay, so we can get started now. Okay, so this is the code for Next Voters Local. It's been really awesome. First of all, I want to see if I have any unversion changes that I should probably work with. Okay. Great. Alright, awesome. So, I want to go to main.py. And so that's going to run the container job, which is over here. And yeah, so this uses the thread pool executor to essentially create multiple instances of the pipeline and feed a city into it for each of these pipelines. So yeah, that works out awesome. One thing I do want to do though is currently I have it hard coded in that like the cities are hard coded based off of the data. But I don't actually want to do that. Instead, I want to build out a system. And I'm going to use Mermaid to do that. They have an AI supported tool, I believe. So it's awesome. I want to create a new one. Oh, I thought we could use. Okay, I think you probably need like a pro membership or something, because I can't use the tool. Alright, that's fine. So what I guess I'll do then is I'll just go to the Claude, my personal account, so it's free, but whatever, it's fine. Alright, so my computer has decided to froze. Nice. Okay, so my computer just froze for a second. Great. Okay, anyways. Okay, let me just go here and I'm gonna go ahead and add in my details. So I basically want to build out a database solution, or like a database mapping. So it's going to be for database, and essentially, so I'm going to write code, vibe code with me. Okay, skip. Great, I'm just gonna restart it. Okay, so build a Mermaid.js diagram for a database mapping of, and actually you look at my Supabase for this. Obviously I'm not gonna show the data because that would be an invasion of privacy. But I can show the schema like this. Great. So where is, yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is the subscription, right? And it has a type of city. Essentially what I want to do is I want to take this city and make it into a foreign key instead. So this is going to become a foreign key, and then I'm going to add another table here, and that table is going to connect it to the foreign key. And I have whisper flow, so I'm actually going to use whisper flow to dictate instead of writing all of this out. But before I do that, I just want to have a general gist of what I'm saying, so I'm not just yapping away. And essentially I have a city as just plain text, and instead it's going to be a foreign key which is going to be connected to a separate table which keeps a record of all the cities through a city name, and that's it, right? You're just going to have a city name, and you can have like multiple of these. And I wanted to stress test that idea, make sure it's nice and well. Okay, so let's do this. Maybe it might be better to just use an AI agent then, right? To do that, do I have a docs? Yeah, I have a docs. So I'm just gonna tell it to put it in the, not the architecture, but maybe like city data structure or something like that. Okay, yeah. So on second thought, we're not gonna use Claude, like the Obviously, I would use it if I had the subscription, but we'll just use open code for now. Great, great, great. Okay, so again, I'm just gonna reiterate. This city is going to be a foreign key, and it's going to have that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, for right now, I will split tab. Okay. Finally. Okay, let's use Whisperful now. This is gonna be awesome. Watch. Oops. Build me a documentation using Markdown within the /docs directory, and this will be a relational database mapping between the subscriptions table and the new supported underscore cities table. The subscriptions table currently has a contact, which is the primary key and is of text type, topics, which is an array of text, type of contact, which is a text, and city, which is a text. But what I want to do is basically turn the city into a foreign key, which is going to be connected to the primary key of city within the supported underscore city. And the supported underscore city table will only have that foreign key of a city, which is just going to be the city name. So you see that? It's just awesome. That would have taken me so much more time to like write out, right? So I forgot to say to use mermaid, but let's see what it does. I like this. Within that markdown file, add a mermaid.js database diagram to visualize what exactly the relationship between the subscription and the supported underscore cities table should look like, along with all of the fields associated with each of the tables. Great. So if I go back here, I should see a diagram. Okay, I do. Awesome. It's not going to render here, but in the GitHub website it should. Okay, let's push this. For that, I use a separate model, usually the free ones. Stage, commit, and push all of the changes made to GitHub. The reason why I do this is because it makes me like the Git messages, which are usually really nicely done, and I'm too lazy to write them myself. So yeah, and I use a free model. That way, you know, nothing happens. Look, I'm just gonna clear the context window because we're gonna start with the new task now. And yeah, okay. So I'm actually just gonna keep it like this in a split view so that I have Chrome ready to go. And I believe this will put it on my fork that I have. Yes. Awesome. So within docs now, you'll notice that I have this documentation, which includes the ER diagram from Mermaid, as you can see here. And yeah, as you can see, it's just text of city, which is the primary key, and that is being put as a foreign key here. And it's provided us an implementation to use as well. And currently within my MCPs, I only have a SQLite MCP. I want to see if there is and I'm going to use Claude for this. Is there an MCP for SQL that I can integrate into OpenCode? So let's let it search that up and make sure it gives us the relevant response. Instead of hard coding the database URL, or actually let me use Whisper. Why am I typing? Instead of using a hard-coded environment variable, can these MCPs find the environment variable based off of a name that is given? And if so, how can we configure it to do that? Yeah, I barely type when I'm interacting with these LLMs now. Oh, great. Okay. So, there's a syntax for that. Again, I don't really focus on syntax anymore because that's pretty cheap now. I focus more on the thinking and the guiding. But yeah, let me go ahead and open up anti-gravity, which has my configurations, and just paste this into that. So we now have that MCP. So these are all of the other configurations that I've made from before. And now I'm just going to add the Postgres MCP. Okay. And by default, I want the enabled thing to be false. And we don't need that. Yeah. So by default, it should be false. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and take this and paste it into the OpenCode configurations that I have. This is just in case if I migrate to like a new machine or something, or if somebody else wants to see the configurations that I use when I'm coding. Great. Okay, I have to just exit out of that and open up a new instance of OpenCode, and we should see everything working. Okay. So there has been a syntax error, so I'm just going to go ahead and give that to Claude to work with. Oh, there was a error. Let's see what it does. Awesome. There we go. And I'm going to again go to github.com/mlcode/opencodeconfig. Open that up. And all I'm going to say is fixed JSON syntax. All right, awesome. Okay, so that should work now. So if I clear that and open up the open code extension now, great. So there's been another configuration error. So let me just fix that. And then hopefully this should work. Oh, let me just use a Supabase MCP. I could have just used a Supabase MCP. Okay, I'm just gonna ask it to integrate that as well. Use along with that. Can you implement the Supabase MCP, which will use the Supabase _app URL as well as the Supabase _token for the environment variables? And it's actually not that. It's these. So let me just go ahead and put that here. And okay, now let's see if that works out. Making sure that, yeah, that all works out nicely. Okay. The official yeah, that's what I wanted to use, bro. I agree. That's what I would expect, you know? But yeah. Okay, let me just go ahead and add this. Awesome. So now we have a Supabase MCP and a Postgres MCP. But in this case, since I'm configuring it with Supabase and I'm probably in the code base, I'm also using Supabase's SDK. It makes more sense to just use that MCP. Okay, so let me clear this now. Open code. Finally. Let's see the MCPs now that we have. Great. So all of them are disabled except for file system, which makes sense because that is relevant to all the coding tasks that we're going to have. But these are based off of, you know, different things. Okay, so I'm gonna enable, oops, I have to press the toggle. Requires run open code MCP auth Supabase. Okay. Or actually, let me have it like that. Yeah. I'm not quite sure which account I use. I think I used my GitHub account. Why does it bring me here? Can I just take this and bring? Can I just take this over here and bring it here. Great. Okay. Awesome. Disabled. Okay, wait. Let me see if this worked or not. It should have. Great. Okay. Why does it keep taking me? Okay, so then I think if I just run this again, /MCPs, okay, so it did not work. Yes. Come on, bro. I'm trying to use Supabase. Interesting. So here I put enable as false. Okay, I'll put it as true. And okay, and then enabled true. OAuth as just that. Maybe I need to just take out these headers. Oops. Let's see. Because once this works out, awesome, right? Like once the bro, you're the one who made that. Great. Oh, and then we can just make OAuth false. So that way it's always looking for a Supabase key. Awesome. So let's... No. God, I did not want to send it. Refer to the open code documentation syntax and fix all env references. They all should be from .env files and not hard-coded syntax. mean, I could have used whisper flow, but whatever. What do you mean failed to fetch, bro? Oh, okay. It fetched over here. So what does it have right now? Oh, okay. Alright, let's see if this works then. Yeah, because it shouldn't use OAuth. It should use the key, right, for authentication. So let me go to the MCPs. It says, why does it say failed, bro? Oh, okay, so it failed to the Supabase failed to connect when I know I have the right credentials. I only have Supabase URL and Supabase key. So how am I supposed to set up the MCP server then? Right, but I don't want to add any other configuration. I want to just use what I have within my environmental variables to set up the MCP server. Find the syntax that will allow me to do that. Do both the local MCP server and the official remote MCP server work the same, or is there any drawbacks in using the local MCP approach? Yeah, but I'm trying to keep my configurations to a minimum for now. And I'm not really going to be using uh, the remote most of the remote servers functionality, except for the fact that I need executing SQL commands, building SQL commands, and things like that. Would the local MCP offer that? Awesome. Okay, great. So let me just switch over that syntax then. So this was using the remote server. Yeah, you can see even it says type remote. Most of these are local servers, but this one was a remote server, which is hosted in the cloud. Now I'm just going to make it into a local server as well. And yeah, that should work now. So let me actually go back here, cancel out, open code, and let me go to my MCPs. Interesting. Oh, it's just taking a minute to load there. Okay, so interesting. It failed. Now, why would it fail? The local Supabase still is failing. Give me a command line execution so I can run it and see logs in terminal. Okay, so let me just go ahead and do this again. Alright, so I guess I do have to do some configuration then, and instead I'm just going to use the remote MCP server. And here is what we're going to do. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add it, but I'm not going to show it to you guys, obviously. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to first copy, bro. Okay, so I'm going to bring it to my other screen so you can't see this. And I'm just going to go ahead and generate me a new token, making sure I'm in the right account. Yes. MCP token, and I will expire it in 30 days. Okay, great. And I can go ahead. Do I have it? Oh, okay. Let me just delete these. Okay, so generate new token, and I'm going to say MCP token. And again, we want to make sure that this expires in a month. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and copy that token. Awesome. So I have it now within my clipboard. I'm just going to open up a regular iTerm, which I'm going to bring here. And I'm going to just tell Claude, add a environment variable to.env via command line. Give me the template for our So I'm just gonna go to PyCharm projects, next voter line, next voters local, and it's going to be echo Supabase access token, which is going to be the token itself, and -x.env. Awesome, it's added. Where can I find the project reference? Okay, so I'm gonna go to my Supabase dashboard, then I'm gonna go into my project, project settings, general, and project ID. Okay, make a template for that. So make a template for that as well. Okay, great, it's added. And what I will do now is I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna first of all remove that. I'm gonna say Supabase MCP setup for open code agent, and that's gonna be the Supabase access token, your Supabase access token, and it's also going to be the Supabase project ref, your Supabase project ref, like that. I'm going to go ahead and commit that just here. Added MCP config example for doc purposes. And we can go ahead and push that, and I'm just gonna go ahead and go here. First of all, I'm just gonna quit iterm and just remove that tab from my screen. And what we're gonna do is see if this finally works now. It should. Oh my god, bro. Great. Let's see here. I added both of them, so I don't know what exactly the issue is. Honestly, how to set up MCP server for Supabase in open code. I'm just doing some debugging right now. Okay, so we found the culprit. Alright, I did that. Okay. I swear to God, this is no. Oh my God. This is just awesome. Why is it taking so long to set up this freaking MCP server, bro? I think, I don't know, man. I thought that Claude would be pretty good at this. Okay. Yeah, AI is not helping me. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's see here. Mission isn't part of the properties. I know why. I know what the issue is. It's in the environmental variables. Okay, let me just fix it. Alright. Now it should work. The environmental, like the file was messed up, I think. Let's see. Nope. Great. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. This is ridiculous. Okay. It said authentication was successful. Let's see if this works out now. Thank you. Holy. Okay, finally it works. False. By default, it shouldn't be on. Awesome. And I'm gonna turn it on. There we go. Okay, so now we have that MCP. We can finally start doing some stuff. We're gonna close that. Great. I do not want to give it environment variable. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Using the Supabase MCP, update my subscription table and add a supported underscore cities table based off of the subscription underscore supported underscore cities.md doc within the docs directory. Awesome. Yeah, this is tough. Awesome. Populate the supported underscore cities with Toronto, New York City, and San Diego. And for these subscriptions, everybody should have the city as New York City, the current subscribers. Yeah, this MCP is like really powerful. Gets everything done very, very nicely for us. Okay. Remove the type underscore contact as a valid field and update any place within the code where I am using type underscore contact as well. See, so it's using the file system MCP as well, which is a local one. The Supabase is the only remote one that I have right now. And also, by the way, once I reach a 50% context window, I will wipe out this and restart it. Awesome. So it's able to just do all of this for me, right? So I can really just focus on the high level architecture while the nitty gritty work gets done here. Did it? Yeah, so it did do the, oops, no, not there. Yeah, so it did call the Supabase MCP to remove that. So if I just refresh this, I shouldn't see, yeah, there we go. So I shouldn't see that. Awesome. And another update which I want is to have the supported underscore topics, and it's gonna have all the list of all the topics alongside with a topic ID and also a basically a description. So let's have this make that. It's kind of not related to all this. So I'm just gonna create a new conversation. Create a new table using the Supabase actually what I'm going to say is use the Supabase MCP to complete this task. Create a new table that will be supported underscore topics. It will include 3 topics for right now, which is going to be the economy, immigration, and civil rights. And this table should have a topic ID, which will just increment every time we add a new entry, and it will be of integer type. You will have the topic name and also a description of said topic. Then within the subscriptions, update the topics array so that it is simply a reference to all of the topic IDs. So it will just be a list of foreign keys which refer back to the supported underscore topics. Then update documentation by basically removing the subscription underscore supported underscore cities and instead creating a documentation called database infrastructure, which will include all of the information from my previous work alongside this new information that I'm building. Have a separate coding agent do this compared to the other tasks that are being done. And these 2 sub-agents should run in parallel with one another and converge when the task is done, completed. Oh, great. Okay, I have to re-say that. Awesome. Okay. Spawn 2 coding agents. The first agent will do the following task. It will use the Supabase MCP to create a new table called supported underscore topics, and that will include topic ID, which will be a integer that will increment every time a new entry is added, as well as a topic name and a description. The initial entries should include 3 topics: immigration, civil rights, and the economy. Then within the subscription, update all of the topics that we currently have so that each of the topics array just includes foreign key references to the supported underscore topics table. This way we're creating a consistency for all of that data, and there is no duplication or unsupported cities that are being added into the data. That is the justification for creating this refactor. Now, the second coding agent should do the following. It will be a documentation writer agent where it will essentially delete the subscriptions underscore supported underscore cities.md file within the docs directory, take all of that content along with the work that we're doing right now and the justification for said work, and build a brand new documentation which will be the overall database infrastructure. For reference or context, it will include the 3 tables that we have, which are the subscriptions, supported underscore cities, and the supported underscore topics, and it will include the reasoning for why we have this linking with foreign keys, and that is to ensure consistency and so that entries of unsupported cities or topics cannot happen. Oh my god, no! Oh wait, hold on. It's supposed to copy here. Okay, wait. Let's hope I can recover this. I don't want to really say this again. Okay, awesome. Okay, while this is running, I'm going to just quickly use the washroom. So I'll be right back. Alright, so the agents are working, doing their thing. Which is great. I should have told it to spawn them in parallel. I forgot to, but that's fine. These diagrams, I'm actually going to move them into their own file. So actually, while this is happening, I'm going to actually have, hello, okay, I want to have another instance of OpenCode running, but in this case, I want to use a less powerful model, probably this one, yeah. Okay, and all I'm gonna say is take these diagrams, move them to the docs instead, and specifically create infrastructure diagrams, and then just have those in there. Instead of having a separate directory called __diagrams__, take all of those software diagrams and make a new file called software_infrastructures and place those mermaid diagrams into a markdown file within that. Okay, that makes no sense, so I'm just going to re-say that. Instead of having a separate directory for the diagrams within __diagrams__, take those mermaid diagrams and put them in a singular markdown file called software_infrastructures, all uppercase, and that should live within the docs directory. The structure for that markdown file should be the title of each of the diagrams that you add into the markdown file, and also a description along with the mermaid implementation, which will be pasted as a code syntax block. What? Okay, interesting. I do want that. Okay. Alright, so that while that's doing its thing, let's see if this did its thing. And if I go here, within my Supabase configurations, I don't see that you have turned the topics into its own table, like the supported _topics. Have you done that yet? Interesting, I don't see it. Within my Supabase dashboard, specifically the schema visualizer, I don't see those changes have been presented. Why don't you verify using the execute SQL tool within the Supabase MCP and see if that has happened yet? And if it hasn't, then can you execute it again and actually apply the changes this time? Okay, great. So let's see if it did it properly. Within my docs, I should see a software infrastructure. Awesome. It's not really a CSV. Oh, it is. Okay, awesome. Stage, commit, and push the files that are related to this change. There are other files which were related to another coding agent's work. Do not include them within this git commit. Try running it again because I do not see it within the Supabase dashboard. Okay, so that's very, very weird because it worked when we were doing the supported cities, so it should work here. But that's fine. It is running the tools which the MCP server has provided from Supabase, so hopefully this works out properly. Yeah, I removed it. Create a pull request to the main repository since this one is just a fork within GitHub, and it should be a refactor prefix within the PR line, and also name it properly. The changes that we've made so far have been solely to the documentation. So look at the changes that we've made to the documentation using the git commits. And based off of that, create a nice detailed explanation that I can use within my pull request. Okay. This is very weird. move it, the schema visualizer here, so I can actually look at the data and see what's happening. Okay, so I do have that. Okay, great. Okay, wait, never mind. So it does work. So it's very interesting because I couldn't see it in the visualization, and that's probably because there's no foreign key reference. Supported underscore topics. Yeah, so supported. Okay, let me just bring this here so you can see this. But supported underscore topics is there, but it's not a foreign key reference because it's probably a list. So let me tell it that. What are we at right now? 8%? Okay, that's fine. Context window. I see what the issue is. Supported underscore topics was created, and I do see the data has been updated accordingly. However, the list within the subscriptions, which includes the topics that the user prefers, that integers aren't foreign key references to the supported underscore topics. For me to fully leverage the relational nature of this database system, I want it so that the topic ID, which has been stored within the topics of the subscription records, they should just be foreign key entries which are associated with the different topics that are present in the supported underscore topics table, right? So even though it is a list, that list should just be a list of foreign key entries, and figure out a way to create the syntax to allow for that to happen using the Supabase MCP and SQL commands. What does this want to do? Okay, we'll allow it once. All right. Okay, let's see. I'm going to use a more powerful model. Codex. I think you're misunderstanding what I want. I don't want whatever you have implemented. It does not work properly. What I want is basically a foreign key reference within the subscriptions table. That way there is a relation. The SQL database engine realizes that there's a relation between the subscriptions and the supported underscore topics table. The supported underscore topics tables, each entry, it has its own topic underscore ID, which is the primary key, and that should be linked to the list of the foreign keys within the subscriptions table, and it should be formalized so that the SQL engine actually understands that. Right now, that is not the case. The topics field within the subscriptions table just has an integer, a list of integers. Those list of integers are not actually foreign key references to the supported underscore topics table, which is what you need to change. Great. Just ran out, man. Damn. Okay. Revert. Okay. I have an Anthropic that we can try. Alright, awesome. Okay, let's see if this worked out. Why the hell is this subscription not that? I see what you did. I see what it did. I see. Let me just watch a little video on this just to make sure I understand it better. I'm gonna watch it from a software developer though. I think this short should be more than enough.
But one role can only have one track. So this is a junction table. We covered it in the previous.
I can log in with my account. I do have one. Okay. I'm reading up on the normalization relations. About normalization relations. I'm curious. Well, I have a one-to-many relationship because it's one subscription that is associated to many preferred topics. Is junction table is junction table necessary in this case? Is junction table necessary in this case? Is junction table necessary in this case? Well, yeah, the topics can belong to multiple subscriptions. Also, that is a many to many relationship because each subscription can have many topics, and each topic can have many subscriptions. So, what is a junction table then? Is it like to bridge the gap between the two tables, since there's no accurate way of having uh, multiple foreign key references within a singular field? Yeah, I tried doing the first, or like the first bad way essentially, of just having multiple foreign key references within a singular field. But yeah, that didn't work out. So makes sense. Awesome. Update the documentation for database infrastructure to include this junction table and also include the reasoning for why, and that is because of the fact that the topics and the subscriptions has a many to many relationship. I think now I can probably use this. Or actually, wait. No. Using the Supabase MCP, create a many-to-many relationship between the cities, supported cities table, and the subscriptions. That is to say, there should be the capability of having multiple cities be supported by one subscription. And obviously, there can be many subscriptions that reference a singular city. Stage, commit, and push the changes that I just made recently. create a pull request for staging as well. Or actually, wait. Let me first. Okay. Let me see if this worked out properly, first of all. Subscription underscore cities. Supported cities. Remove these changes. I don't want them anymore in retrospect. Using the documentation and specifically the database infrastructure as an extra layer of context, implement the following. We need the junction table that has been created, and specifically the many-to-many relationship between the supported topics that a subscription has, alongside with the hold on, let me actually think this out first. So basically, I'm gonna think this out before I have the AI agent building stuff. So yeah, let's do that. Okay. Oops. What I want to do is, instead of saying, I should probably look at the code first, actually. And specifically, I want to look at, not to this stuff, but specifically, I want to look at the logic behind this pipeline. So let me go into the pipeline, into the nodes, and the email sender, which will actually get the subscribers, as you can see here, and that's using the Supabase SDK as well. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna get the subscribers, and we're gonna send the emails off. So what I actually want to do here is I want to change a fundamental part of how this agent is designed, and that is to add some customizability by changing the workflow of the agent itself. So within the legislation finder, so remember, this is the actual pipeline that does everything. And so it starts off by running the pipeline. It starts off, this is the chain. So it starts off by, and I believe I'm using LangChain for this. Yeah, I think I'm using LangChain for this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm using LangChain. We don't need that code. So instead of having this, let me just run this. Okay, so it's a little bit of technical debt, which is bound to happen, but what I can do here is just say pipeline result, which is going to be from chain, the invocation, right? And then instead of returning this, we can just return the pipeline result and get the markdown report. So then we can just remove this here, and I'm just gonna say not CLI entry point, but this is the entry point for everything. So just entry point that runs the pipeline for one city, yeah. And it's going to be this here. I used lower quality models when I was coding this, so that's why some of the syntax is going to be a little bit iffy, and there's going to be a little bit of work that's involved in fixing things, but so far it looks good. We don't need this bit though, so let me just remove that. Okay. Fixes to the syntax due to lower quality of AI coding agent LLMs. Yeah, and push that. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I probably need to do a code cleanup, now that I'm thinking about it. Code reviewer. Review the syntax. Now let me just use Whisperflow. Review the syntax associated with the building of the linear pipeline that was made using LangChain expression language, and ensure that the code quality is clean and there's no redundancies, because I'm noticing that the code that was generated was a little subpar, because there are some places where it can be refactored so that there isn't repetition of unneeded functions, and there's also some places where I'm just re-implementing the same function which is already within the utils folder. So specifically look out for those problems along with the other issues that might be prevalent. based off of the exploration that you do using Exa tools. Alright, so while that is running, let's go back to our code here. And actually, while that's running, we can just have some trivial tasks running in the background as well, which will be mainly removing the environmental variables and stuff. And also the agents and plugins, which I don't really need anymore in this case. So, is there even a need for open code? The open code? I think I'll make it more specific to the requirements of Next Voters. I now have a global configuration of all of the open code agents and MCP configuration. So having the .opencode folder and the way that I've implemented the agents is not important because they're pretty general in terms of the definitions. So take that configuration and make it more specific to the domain knowledge that is required to be successful in developing this system. For context, I'm building a political analysis AI agent. Specifically, it looks for legislation using the Brave web search MCP. And so essentially, it needs to be really well in being, first of all, nonpartisan and non-biased. There shouldn't be any bias in terms of the politics side. And also, it needs to be fine-tuned in terms of the prompt engineering to handle the domain knowledge that's required within political applications. So that's just going to help. This is going to help build more specific agents that I can employ and use in the open code folder over here. Sick. Okay, whoa. I think we first should have done a plan. Plan the implementation before implementing it so that I have oversight over it. Also, remove the current agent definitions and build completely different ones, which are obviously going to be specific to the domain knowledge of the app that I'm building, which I gave you as context from before. All right, so it should be planning everything out first. Again, this is a very easy thing to do, so I don't really need a powerful model there. Okay, so it just went through everything. It only took 25,000 tokens, which is not that bad. So I use a code reviewer agent. That's from my global configuration. And actually, I don't really need my Supabase MCP anymore, so I'm just gonna disable that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh wow, that is actually a really good suggestion. Nice, nice. Oh, I forgot to do that. Okay, great. So see, it's able to catch some of the mistakes that I've made, um, to ensure that I have a reliable system which has good quality of code in it. Okay, these are minor. It doesn't really matter too much. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna switch the model to a free one. This one's slightly more powerful than this one, because it's a pro. This one's just Omni. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say stage, commit, and push these changes to the GitHub repository. That way, that's all being done as well. And let's see what we have here. So, nonpartisan safeguards. Okay, let's see. So the agents to remove. Okay, so it's gonna remove all of them. And source. I like this one. These agents don't necessarily help in terms of coding. So what I need you to do is basically design some agents which I can use to help architect systems within specifically political domains, and actually design the prompt, the system prompt, to be indicative of that. Okay. All right. I clicked that by accident, but that was the one that I wanted anyways, so that works out awesome for me. Okay. All right, let's see. What system architecture would you need help in? Okay, so this one for sure. This one not really. Yes. This one I'm okay with it not being. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see what it has made for us. So again, it's going to remove those. And it's going to have a civic API integration, design systems, integrations for legislative. Nah, I'm not really going to use that. This one I would probably use. So the political data modeler, yes, I will use that. Municipal data architect, design systems. Yeah, I would probably use that too. Yes, this one. I'll also use this one, but I would probably want to change it a little bit. Basically what oh, did it do something here? Oh, so it's like basically sort of a diagram as to how these work. But I'm not going to have all of them, so that doesn't really matter. Okay. Here's the deal. The political data modeler, I don't really need that on second thought, because of the fact that we have the municipal data architect agent, and that agent should basically be able to create SQL databases off of having the political domain expertise, which can be gauged through the system prompt. So implement the municipal data architect.md, but also include the fact that it's going to be writing SQL code and using SQL MCP, such as the Supabase MCP or the Postgres MCP, within its definitions. Also have the nonpartisan system designer, but specifically it should be writing system prompts. So that agent will be using Explore tools within the code, right? And its expertise should be in building system prompts that are specifically designed to be nonpartisan and provide guardrails. So it should be a guardrails designer specifically. Okay. So that should help me when I'm programming really nicely. Oh, okay, so it's asking me some questions here. Okay. So that should work out amazingly for me. And yeah. Sorry, I had to get some water. But I'm back. I'm just gonna move this here. Okay, great. So let's see what it has done over here. Okay, so it's gonna be doing okay. So there's a source credibility auditor. Wait, is that in this one? I swear to God, bro. Okay, so Civic API integration designer, design system integration for. We don't need this, so I'm gonna tell it to remove it. Remove the Civic API integration designer.md agent configuration file. It is not needed. Okay. That we will keep. Number 3. Yes, number 4 definitely will keep. Once you do that, once you reflect that into the plan, I will answer the problems. Or sorry, questions. Okay. Okay. So the municipal data architect, nonpartisan guardrail designer. Okay, great. So I'm gonna go ahead and answer these problems or questions, excuse me. The answers to your questions are the following. Number 1, all agents should have a low temperature. Question 2, direct DDL. Question 3, the guardrail should be directly embedded into the system prompts. Question 4, nonpartisan guardrails designer is perfect. Also ensure that the descriptions of these agents are plentiful so that the coding agent can do really well. Determine when to use these subagents. Okay, let's see if this works out properly now. So we are going to be removing all of the generic agents. That's awesome. Number 1 of the new agents is legislative pipeline architect. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep that one. That one's pretty good. Yeah, and everything else is awesome because I already checked that over. Let me just read this through, make sure that there's no issues. Okay, just quickly brief through it. Looks fine. Looks good to me. Implement now. Okay. That is awesome. That's doing its thing. Did you commit everything and push to the GitHub repository? Awesome. So I'm going to just do dash new. Great. So if I go back to my own code, yeah, it does all that it needs to do, so that's great. Stage, commit, and push in one commit all of the changes that we just did within the open code agent configuration. Remove all plugin implementations within open code configuration for this project. Okay, so that's gonna happen as well. And once that is done, I believe we're good. Or actually, sorry, we are not good. Because what we'll need to do then is build out the system. Actually, I'm going to leave that for a later date because that's a huge undertaking and I don't want to rush it. Yeah. So for now, I think this is good. I mean, I got all the objectives that I wanted to do. So I think I'm fine for right now. Yeah. So we're gonna probably end the stream soon because I do have to study for a test that I have tomorrow, which I haven't done much studying for. So yeah, but I think we're pretty good for today. Stage, commit, and push these changes to the GitHub repository. Okay. So if I awesome. Okay. So I'm gonna actually change the pull request because its function has changed. We're not gonna add this implementation yet. This is just Okay. And then in the issues, I'm going to create a new issue, which is going to be what I want. So it's going to be implement supported underscore topics issues or topics table and put underscore topics into a pipeline design. Just some basic documentation, very boring stuff, but yeah, let's create that. Okay, awesome. I'm going to create another issue, which I'm going to actually solve right now, which is this supported city or supported cities? Supported cities. Yeah, it should have been like that. Okay, that is what we're going to solve right now, since everything else is good to go. And is this in staging? Great. So with this, as well as the issue that I'm going to solve right now, that will be the staging, like the staging the staging pull request that we will submit to the main. Okay, I'm gonna use Ethernet instead. I don't know why I'm using the Wi-Fi, but I am plugged in to an Ethernet, which will be significantly faster, as you can see. So let's use that instead. Great. Okay. Before I do that, actually, I do want to change the markdown file. The README file. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is update the README file based off of the changes that I've just recently made to get look at those git commit messages and see how you can change it. Specifically, what I need you to change is the architecture at a glance, alongside with the fact that right now it's saying that it's a Python CLI, but that's not necessarily true. Just describe it as a software because we have the container runs. And also, it shouldn't be this detailed. We have the docs, which include all the technical detail. The only thing that should be really included on the Nextloader's local README file is just like promotional content, essentially. It should just have exactly what this software is trying to accomplish, which is finding legislation using AI agents and making information more accessible to vulnerable communities or people who cannot afford the time nor the resources to search for legislation themselves. All right, so that's gonna be doing its own thing. I'm probably gonna make a Instagram reel on setting up an MCP server, specifically the Supabase MCP server, with an open code. So I'm really excited to do that. Okay, let's see the change that it made. That's why I really have PyCharm open, it's just reviewing code and then changing it a bit, to be honest. Not really non-English speakers because our whole product is based off of English, but you know, we might add a feature later on where translation is possible. That's actually a really good idea. I'm gonna make that into a issue. But I'm gonna add labels so that it's clear as to like what the priorities are. So yeah, I just realized that could be something we can add. Implement translation features. Since we are using AI agents, we can add translations to other languages that are commonly used within the US and Canada, Spanish and French, to broaden our accessibility. Alright, let's create that. And let me go ahead and add some labels. So I'm going to create two: low priority and high priority. So it's low priority and high priority. And so this one, I'm going to assign it a label of high priority, and this is going to be low priority for now. Obviously, if it shifts, we can change the label, but for right now, this is not really a huge thing that we want to implement. Oh wait, sorry. This is a high priority item. My bad. It is this which is not a high priority item. This is a low priority item. Low priority. And let's just remove the high priority label. Okay, great. Alright, so nice, I got that down. Stage, commit, and push these changes to GitHub. Did not do it properly. Stage and commit these pushes to, what am I saying, bro? Stage, commit, and push these changes to our GitHub repository. Awesome. Yeah, so as you can see, it started off with just like 14 days, but every time we use Whisperflow, it increases our usage. So that's awesome. Okay, so it was able to push those changes. As I was going to push them to our personal repository. So let's go there. No code, right? Let me put on my headphones actually. Oh no. Oops, wrong way. Awesome. Add an HTML header so the title section looks very professional, just like in other open source projects. Alright. Sorry, I'm back. I had to go meet some guests, but yeah, we're back. Let me just fix my thing here. Like that. Okay. Alright. So let's just see how this looks like. That's awesome. The license that we should be using is going to be MIT. So I'm just going to say that. The license that we're going to be using is MIT, so specify that. Awesome. Push stage, commit, and push this new change. Okay. No, stage the new changes that we just made and commit them and push them. Oh, okay. Awesome. So let me open a new pull request now. And this one should be from the base of staging. Update readme to be less technical. The docs directory includes all technical elements to the system. Readme file should remain only for brief information and quick start, which is what I refactored it to. Okay, and that goes from staging. So let's go ahead and just confirm that merge. And perfect. Okay, one last thing before we are done, and that is in regards to a issue. And it's which one is it? Supported cities. Okay, bet. I'm gonna just remove this tab. We don't need that anymore. Okay, clear the context window, and let's go ahead and use Haiku from Anthropic, and let's do this. Sorry, it's in the email sender. From data. Okay. Remove the data directory, which includes a hard-coded list, or tuple actually, of all the cities, and instead, you want to retrieve them from the SQL supported underscore cities table, and the cities. Hold on. There's actually one thing I do want to do is here within the city, I want to add another field, which is just going to be a description. So let's do that first, and update the documentation necessary, and merge that into the staging, and then we can work on this. Using the Supabase MCP, update the field for update the table for supported underscore cities to include a field that will be called description. And for all the current cities, populate a description specifically within a political context. You can use an explorer agent to help provide the information necessary for that, and populate all the information necessary. Okay. All right, so it's pretty chill now. I'm gonna just turn off my mic and just play some music now. Okay, so I just turned on my microphone just for this bit. All right, let's see what it did. So it got the understanding. By the way, this Anthropic was generously sponsored by the Claude Max Builder projects. So, shout out to them, I guess. Anyways, let's see here. Cities are coded. Okay. And all right, let's see what happened here. So the supported cities exist in the Supabase, but it's never created. Yeah. So this is basically just getting a sense of where the code base is at right now, and the solution. The solution is to create a utility function. I see. So it's creating a Supabase client.py. And then you can get the supported cities from the DB. And okay, so that's basically so then we're feeding that helper function, or we're importing that helper function into the next order's local pipeline entry point. Awesome. Sorry, before I do that, one thing I will say is I actually was planning on getting rid of the nv_cities, which is like part of like the Docker file, which is what we're using for the app container runs within Azure. So if I actually go into our Docker, right? It doesn't really have it here, so I'm not sure what it's talking about then. But if you notice that, then I don't want that to happen. So that's the point that I want to make. So let me just do that. After water. Okay, so this is just requirement 1, and then there's a requirement 2 as well. Great. A couple of things that I would change. Number 1, within step 1C, get rid of the nv_cities environment variable. That should not be part of the Docker configuration or the container job workflow at all. All of the cities should be solely gotten from the SQL table itself. Okay, so let's move on. If there's anything else, then I can talk about that. Do not keep the hard-coded tuple as a fallback. Only have the SQL table. That's it for step 1D. Okay, that's fine. Okay. For requirement 2, would it be better to maybe have a dictionary, like a global dictionary, where we keep all of the markdown reports for each of the supported cities, and then we just send them off based, like we query using the Python syntax for each of the cities based off of the key value store for each of the each of the subscribers that that we're enlisting with. So essentially, every subscriber that we're getting and we're gonna send an email to, we send them only the markdown reports based off of the city field. So we put that city field, which is part of the subscription table, into the query logic for the global dictionary, and that will give us the markdown report, which was generated through the pipeline execution, and then that's what we actually send off to the user. Let me know if that works out better than the current plan that we have. By the way, I'm using Haiku because it'll provide me a better bang for my buck, I guess. I don't know if people say that. Alright. Let me just let it fully generate out. 30 seconds is actually not that bad. But okay, let's see what it's cooked up. Okay, so that's fine. Yes. Okay, great. This is a much cleaner architecture. Let me detail this revised approach. An issue. Each city pipeline to put in the cause of no central collection reports before email dispatch. Yeah, exactly. So we can just have a central collection, which is the global dictionary. See, so I'm solving problems here. I'm actually thinking through the solution, and I'm just guiding my agent in the execution of it. So there's very much a need for the engineering by a human, right? This is just proof of that. This is great. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Love the current approach for requirement 2. One thing I will say is that even though we're not going to have the email sender node anymore from the main pipeline chain, have it so that actually never mind. I was going to say like have it so that's part of the whole pipeline execution, but it'll already be part of it, so that's fine. Okay, cool. So that's awesome. One thing I will say though is for step 2A, when we're building the global reports dictionary, the markdown report is going to be super long. Will that be fine, or should there be a better like data structure that we should use within that case? Use an Exa Explore tool to search for documentation online regarding this issue. Okay, let's see what it tells us. Okay, I have to use the restroom really quickly. I'll be back. Alright, so it's still doing its work then. We'll let that cook up. In the meantime, we don't really have much to do, so we can just chill. But yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, after this is done, figuring its thing out, and then we do the implementation, I'll run a code reviewer agent, which I have within my global configs. By the way, if you want them, if you guys want them, I think I did it in the beginning. It's been 3 hours, almost 4, so I'm not sure what I did, but you can actually check them out here. This is the repository where I keep my opencode.json file, which includes everything that I've done so far. It doesn't include the MCP configuration that I made for Supabase, but I'll add that soon as well. But yeah. Okay, while this is cooking up, I'm just gonna turn off my mic again and listen to some music. And then once it's done, I'll be back. Okay. Alright, Claude is done. So let's see what it has come up with. So it's saying to, okay, let me just go up here. Okay, perfect. Explorer agent has provided, okay, so let's see. Okay, so it's basically telling me to remain with the approach that I have right now. We can do this later. Yeah, so we can do phase two later as we grow with scale. But I think for right now, we're only going to have like maybe 4 or 5 supported cities. And we're going to scale up quickly after that. And once we get to that stage, I think then I can just, have an agent build that out for us. For right now, I think it's fine as is. Okay, great. So I'm going to tell it to implement then because everything else I've looked over, it's good. So yeah. Okay, so just keep it as is for right now. The dictionary approach works out fine. Synthesize everything, build a final execution plan, and once you're done, we'll implement because everything that we've talked about so far, I'm okay with, I approve. Okay, I'm not gonna look over this because this is just a synthesis of everything from before. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just automatically say it's good to go. Looks good to me. Implement now. And we are going to turn off our microphone now again. And once this is done, we're good to go. After obviously running the code reviewer agent. All right, we're almost done. Um, okay, so let's see what has happened so far. So I'm assuming within pipeline utils. Okay, so it did put all of the functions which are associated with Supabase in there. Awesome. Okay. Let's see what has happened here. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. We created an email dispatcher that sends a subscriber only their city report. Okay. Where is the city to report lookup? I don't see it. Is it in here? Yeah, okay. Let's see. No, like the global dictionary that we were talking about. Keep it in a separate file. Do not put it in the same file as a run container job. And also move the utils for Supabase into the general utils file within the root directory. Otherwise, the implementation looks good. The reports underscore builder.py should be in its own directory, which is going to be called um, global globals. Let's or actually basically call it something that really screams that this is a global uh, piece of information which is used throughout the system. Something like that. So name it yourself. For number two, use the first one for the preference. And for number three, use the naming of build underscore city underscore reports underscore dict and .py obviously. Global data works best for number one. And number 2, wait until I leave plan mode. Build. Okay, great. So those were the updates that I wanted to make. I'll run a code reviewer agent as well, like a sub agent within open code, just to make sure that everything works nicely, uh, based off of Claude saying it, and then we're done. Awesome. All of the changes were done. I am noticing that my context window is getting a little bit too full, so we're gonna notice a noticeable degradement in the performance. So I'm just gonna go ahead and clear the context window. And now I'm gonna just run the code reviewer. Based off of the changes that have been currently made, review all of the code to ensure it's up to par within the standards. And we run that. All right. And once this is done, we're good to go. All right, so everything has been done nicely, and we're ready to go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to Hamilton code / local, which is where all of the changes live. I'm gonna go ahead and contribute, and it's gonna be within staging. So let's make sure that's happening. And for the title, I'm going to say feats addressed issue. So I have to actually figure out what number that issue was in case someone wanted to review it. Issue 31. Number 31. Check issue within the closed issues tabs to see what I did. Yeah, that should work out properly. Create the pull request, and we're just automatically going to merge it into staging, and then we're gonna merge the staging into the main because we're good to go. This stuff has been stress tested already, and I can just go ahead and go to issues and close this issue. Yeah, so we're just gonna close that because it's done. And back here, staging is going to be oh, so we have code quality suggestions. Let's see what they said for the new one. Generate import generator is not used. Okay, let's do that. Unused import, so we removed it. Okay, let's apply that suggestion. Okay, perfect. And let me go ahead and commit this merge. Awesome. There we go. All right, that is it from me for today. I'm gonna go study now, which I really need to do. But yeah, thank you for everyone who actually came. All right, I'm just gonna stop